Okay, we're live once more. Sorry about that, guys. I have no idea what happened. The sound cut out, and I just got a bunch of static, and I was trying to restart the whole thing, and it wasn't really working for me, so I had no choice but to restart the stream. Oh well, the video will be in 2 parts then. Let's cut to me. I'm just gonna take a few bites of my lunch. I can actually show you what I made. Not sure if I can show it on camera without spilling too much of it over, but I made ramen with chashu pork. Give the ramen a little more substance. But yeah, sorry for the malfunctions and inconsistencies of having streams stay live. I don't know what keeps happening. Anyway, wise guides. Otor Labyrinthos. An unexpected yet prudent suggestion. Given the similarities betwixt this artificial environment and Bestway's burrow, 'twould be in our best interest to have the Loperates acquaint themselves with those conditions deemed optimal by their Charlian collaborators. I fear, however, that continued reliance upon my limited knowledge would risk narrowing rather than broadening their perspectives. Mayhaps thou art better suited to lead this venture. What a marvelous idea! Might we begin with the great, big, what's it over yonder? Ah, yes. The what's it. I shall leave this explanation to Anna. It was weird. There was no DCing issues this time. It was an audio issue, and then I couldn't get it to... I couldn't fix it without restarting. So it goes. Goodness me, to build something so large without creation magics is positively stupendous. Perhaps you could direct our attention to its most important features. Search the apparatus for points of interest. Okay. It's a little hard to see from here, but is that a golden pipe connected to the top of those tanks? And I can see through that window another pipe at the bottom. Ah, this must be for purifying water drawn up from below. You spot an Ambrosoma, an especially lively one at that. It would appear that the concept you observed in another time, another place, was approved for life in the wider world, somehow. Is that water I hear from inside the giant big tube? Or the great big tube? It must be because of those cogs in that gigantic wheel at the top. Oh, I see. That's how you draw up the water. There's probably some sort of spiral-shaped mechanism inside it too. That looks like the trees in Greatest Endsvale. Hold on, there's a bit of a strange shape. It's thin at the bottom but big at the top. Quite tall for something so unbalanced, too. Now it makes sense. That's where they store the water. I just need to fix something really quick on my... Well, if I were to hazard a guess, water drawn from underground, presumably with some other mechanism, is purified here and stored in that tower before being distributed elsewhere. I'm right, aren't I? I knew it. A design brilliant in its simplicity. I dare say it would take only a moment to install it even in the harshest of environments. For us loppers, that is. Indeed, securing a reliable source of water is the utmost importance for any fledgling settlement. I have read, however, that peoples of Aethera sometimes make their homes in arid deserts and such. How are they able to survive? Oh, that notification was very good. Late stream elements. Many settlements in Thanalan are built near an oasis. So wherever you choose to live, you're never far from water. Oh dear, I worry we won't be able to procure the necessary amount. We can provide enough water to keep them from drying out completely, but it would appear that they rely on it far more than we anticipated. A few adjustments may be in order once we've calculated the average rate of consumption per individual. It may also be worth learning more about how exactly they obtained their water in the first place. Master Alphino spoke of the machinery responsible for that feat during our journey through the Logisticon Alpha, did he not? Mayhap the Loporits will share his appreciation for the engineering marvel. Oh yes, that sounds absolutely splendid. We must journey beyond the sanctuary of Charlian Hamlet. I shall lead the way. You mean we'll have to brave the untamed wilderness? Sorry, I'm really hungry, guys. I'm gonna eat my nudes. Okay, now what happened? Today's not my day. What the hell? I didn't even do anything. I didn't touch anything. So that works. Not ideal though, so hold on. Okay, we're back. The hell? A valid concern indeed. We could not help but notice the many dangerous looking creatures with big nasty teeth lurking beyond the safe confines of this settlement. Were we not escorted here by burly custodians, I dread to think what would become of us. Regrettably, too many a hungry predator with the aforementioned big nasty teeth, Loporits may appear to be potential and rather appetizing source of sustenance. Might I impose upon thee to assist in securing a safe passage to Logisticon Alpha? For my part, I shall act as escort to Living Way and Cooking Way. I entrust Singing Way and Growing Way to thy care. A more valiant protector they could not wish for. Godspeed. If it's all the same to you, I'd rather not be eaten by some horrid beastie. Come along, Growing Way. To the water extraction, what's it? I'm just having some lunch off screen. I'm still here though. I'm just dealing with all sorts of tech issues today with stream. So I do apologize for any hiccups. From my screen blacking out randomly to the sound cutting out altogether. It's been a day. We'll summon our Chocobo. Thank you so much. I really hope there's water. I really hope this water extraction, is worth these harrowing experiences. All part of the fun, some might say, but I'd rather not be burnt to a crisp, if that's all the same to you. My friends, I bid you welcome to Logisticon Alpha. Our destination doth lie at the lift's top. Pray follow me. You will need to use this lift should you wish to go to the medial circuit. Let me know if you are headed that way. Take another bite here. Marvelous, simply marvelous. So this is where the magic, or science, rather, takes place. The perfect environment is a sane life artificially created. The knowledge we'll gain here will be essential when we start looking for new stars for your kind to inhabit. Apparently, most of them don't even have air for you to breathe. You're all very lucky that Atheros just so happens to provide everything you need to thrive. Or did mankind turn out the way they are because of the available resources, I wonder? Either way, it's nothing short of miraculous, and I cannot wait to see more of it. I'm just very hungry. Haven't eaten all day. Okay. Next quest, Agriculture Shock. This is all very wonderful, I'm sure, but I was rather hoping to learn more about your nourishment provision facilities. In other words, where's the food? I believe both the knowledge and consumables you seek may be found at Merrill Agronomics. As I imagine Singing Way and the others intend to study every conceivable facet of this apparatus, wouldst thou be so kind as to escort our visiting culinarian? Yes, that sounds much more interesting. Hopefully I'll be able to see firsthand some of the delicacies Urianger was telling me about. Even his incredibly vivid, if a bit too verbose, descriptions cannot compare to sampling them myself. Not to mention Atheros will soon be no more, so I must learn all I can while there is still time. Oops. I was DCing for a second. What'd they say? Oh, let us brook no further delay. This is the place, yes? The heady aroma was enough to guide me here, and I've spotted several of the fruit and vegetables featured in our compendium. I'd dearly love to try some, but I read that those who help themselves to a farmer's crops without permission are often caught and put into pies. Perhaps you could ask whoever's in charge if they would be willing to part with a few samples. So Cooking Way will now accompany us. Take the last few bites of my soup, and then we'll be good. So let's speak to Jebke. There we go. Astra, welcome to the stream. How's it going, dude? I've been experiencing technical issues during my stream, so hopefully everything is okay now. What a fine mess this is. Ah, it's you, the one who climbed down the mineshaft. I'd show you around if I could, but I'm rushed off my feet preparing for the Exodus. And I'm not the only one. We've all got to find ways to do what we do down here. Take two. We've all got to find ways to do what we do down here up there. First on the moon, then on whichever star the form decides will become our new home. It's all so sudden, so unreal. Don't you want to go to the moon? Well, it's better than waiting for the final days to claim us. But no matter how carefully it's all planned, we'll never be able to take every variety of flora and fauna with us. Even the ones we can take may not survive in their new environment. So many species doomed to extinction. Sorry, that's not what you came to talk about, is it? Nothing quite so dire, I assure you. We merely wish to sample a little of your produce, if we may. By all means, help yourselves. Much appreciated, my good fellow. So, where to begin? We'll start with the infamous grapes. Yeah, the textures have been fixed, so they're not as triangular. Oh, I know what these are. Grapes, yes? Let's see if they are as delicious as they look. So sweet, so sour. The taste is much like a ripe philosopher's carrot, and yet the texture is entirely different. The contrast between the outer skin and the fruit within is most peculiar, though far from unpleasant. Yes, I think I'll try another. Hey there, Los, welcome back. Well, that's certainly given me food for thought, though in a far less visceral manner than any philosopher's carrot. But tell me, what's your opinion on grapes? I'd brave an erupting volcano for a bunch. Meh, or ghastly things. I'd rather eat rancid gigantoid eyeballs. I'd brave an erupting volcano for a choice bunch. Yes, they are rather Moorish, aren't they? And from what I've read, quite versatile too. Something about people stepping on them to make intoxicating beverages, as I recall. Anyway, that's enough about grapes for the time being. On to the next treat. Orange by name, orange by nature. What came first? The fruit or the color? Who cares? Let's eat. Yes, that's... Equal parts sweet and sour, as with the grapes, yet nothing alike. I may have to consult Urianshe about expanding my vocabulary. I simply cannot find the words to describe it. Perhaps what I'm looking for is bitter. This is all very complicated, you know. So many flavors, so many choices, and each individual with their own personal preferences. Now I see why you all turned your noses up at the idea of eating nothing but carrots. Marvelous though they still are in my estimation, let no one say I said otherwise. Ah, but speaking of carrots, I've yet to sample any of the vegetables. Let's see what's in that field over there. That color, that texture. Are they some sort of enormous round carrots? No, In any case, proper uh, nomenclature is less of a concern than the taste. Blech! It's so hard and flavorless. I may as well have been chewing a piece of wood. That all but confirms it. They are nothing more than misbegotten failures masquerading as goodly carrots. Stop, stop, stop. Can't you see these are pumpkins? And no one with any sense would try eating them raw. You're supposed to cook them first. Did you not find any... Did you not find it an awful bother? Far from it. Cooking is a joy unto itself. And what's more, it broadens the range of ingredients that we may safely eat. But above all else, cooking allows us to draw out the full potential of our produce. Pumpkin stew has been one of my favorite dishes for as long as I can remember. Then perhaps even these hard blocks of plant matter can become as delicious as the orange I sampled. I wonder, though, if there is anything even more delicious. How about that yellow fruit over yonder? A wonderful fragrance. With luck, it'll have a flavor to match. As I have no idea how these are eaten, I'll just bite into it. My tongue, is this poison? A lemon? You mean it's supposed to taste like this? How could something so similar to an orange be so revolting? Yeah, it may be some time before my palate recovers from this ordeal. As such, it'd be best to call an end to this round of sampling. Let's say our farewells and return to the others. Finished, have you? I trust you found something to your liking. I'm rather enamored with the grapes and oranges, less so the pumpkin, though I learned the hard way that they're not to be eaten raw. Then there was the lemon, the deceiver. I feel so violated. First time, was it? I'd hate for you to leave with a bad taste in your mouth, in more ways than one, so I'll give you this lemon muffin I baked. If this doesn't change your opinion, nothing will. More lemon? Have I not suffered enough? Nevertheless, it would be remiss of me to spurn this opportunity to, a bit sick, came up there. Learn more about your inscrutable ways. Very well. Lemon muffin, do your worst. This is delicious. Although I still detect a hint of lemon, it complements the sweetness of the dough to create a perfect harmony. I never would have guessed its vile bitterness could be utilized so elegantly. My good chap, this is simply breathtaking. See, we rarely use lemon in its natural state, but it has a starring role in all sorts of recipes, and the same is true for many other ingredients. It comes down to making the most of the resources at our disposal, and sometimes that can even be the difference between life or death. I know we won't be able to take every species with us. No doubt the form agonized over what was worth preserving, and will be consigned to history. Hard choices, but make them we must if we're to survive. Such strength of will. Now I know a Hydaelyn sees in your kind. Mankind, the Loporrits, we were both born from the accumulated knowledge of the ancients. They learned all there is to learn about the nature of sentient life and the fates of the stars themselves. Lapis, welcome back to the stream. I think I managed to fix everything on stream so far, so fingers crossed, here's hoping. But I hope you're having a good day. Once a civilization has fulfilled the basic requirements for survival, It will inevitably seek to eliminate all forms of negativity and achieve perfection, and therein lies its folly and its downfall. For perfection is unattainable ideal. 'Tis the paradox of the immaculate carrot. Yet civilizations since time immemorial have deemed the pursuit of perfection as progress. They pay no heed to the costs incurred in their futile quest, and all too often become the architects of their own demise, their dreams forever unfulfilled. What, then, is the alternative? The answer lies in knowing that our existence can never be perfect, to be content with what we have and make the most of. When life gives you lemons, make lemon muffins. Pardon my Eorzean, but what in the seven hells are you on about? And who are you anyway? Cooking Way at your service. I'm here to help prepare for the trip to the moon. And once you get there, you'll be able to try my carrots. I've been growing all different kinds. But don't worry, there'll be room for your crops too. We'll work together to preserve as many of Atheris' species as possible, if you're up to the challenge. Yes, of course. I look forward to it. Well, this has been highly productive, probably. Let's go and see if Urianger and the others have run out of machinery to inspect, shall we? Oh, was it really up there? Dang it. Okay. I guess we'll walk the rest of the way back. That was most enlightening, especially the part with the lemon muffin. Actually, I was wondering, do you know of any other places famed for their cuisine? The Far East has oodles of noodles. Well, that I had time to visit. The more I learn of Atheris, the more I wish we could spare it from the final days. Alas, Heidelin's orders are to flee, not to resist. If only there was some other way. Next quest, Sage Council. Enna, I trust thy time at Mariel Agronomics did bear fruit. Our own effects, too, are rewarded. We now possess an embarrassment of educational riches. No doubt our guests' relentless pursuit of knowledge could occupy them and us for a fortnight. Alas, time is of the essence. Let us return to Charlian Hamlet forthwith. I shall gladly attend to each and every Lockport there, should further questions within my power to answer arise. Aww. Now we can teleport back there. Jeez. Yes, Anna, that was indeed me verbalizing aside to express my emotional state. Do you want to know why? Because I saw the reconstructed environmental data for Theris at Logisticon Alpha, that's why. A forest so lovely and so leafy. Are all forests like this? The Black Shroud is quite leafy indeed, and a place of utmost tranquility. Gasp! Gasp, I say! With a star so wonderful, it comes as no surprise that you're reluctant to leave it behind. I was a fool to think otherwise, to assume that the moon was something worth being proud of. How ridiculous we must seem to you, trying so hard, yet achieving so little. Not at all. Thy works are no less worthy of their uniqueness. I thought I heard tiny voices. Thancred. What didst thou fare? Oh, I was able to glean a fair bit from the researchers while helping to move their cargo. Preparations have proceeded without interruption here, despite the news of the coming end. We have the Forum's leadership to thank for that. That doesn't mean that people aren't worried, though. Quite the opposite. Knowing disaster could strike at any moment, they hurry to complete their work, equally aware that a single error could be the difference between life and death, and we can hardly tell them there's no cause for concern. Perhaps not, though aiding by our goodly growing way, we may yet find other ways to lighten their burden. Me? Be used to people? I'm honored that you think me so capable, but I'm not sure I'm up to the challenge. Nevertheless, I believe in thee. If you say so, I suppose it can't hurt to try. I passed someone moping in the western plaza that looked in bit of a need of a helping paw. Perhaps you might start with him. 'Tis a good place as any. Come. Oh, can I help you? Adjust my chair here. It is you who would help me? Is my anxiety truly so obvious? A burden shared is a burden eased. Pray, tell us thy troubles. Those little fellows do look like good listeners. I'm an engineer, you see, and what they say of the ship, that it's the sum of decades of Charlian ingenuity, that it's built with peerless, elegant technology is all true, but I know that none of that's a guarantee. We've never before launched a star-faring vessel, let alone flown in the great expanse. All the tests we've run have been on the ground. Only operational personnel and cargo will be aboard for the first voyage, but even so, if it fails us, then what can we do? And if it doesn't, it could fall apart on the next flight, or the one after that. We've done everything we can to prevent that from happening, but it hardly matters. We thought the ether burner's design was flawless, too, and look how it turned out. Thou art familiar with those most daunting technologies, and thus dost thou hold the power to ally his fears. Oh, I'm not sure about that, but, well... Maybe you could tell me if there's any aspects of the ship's design that you're especially worried about. Our ability to walk about and perform our tasks, for one. I've devised a means by which to employ gravity, a spatio-temporal spell to regulate the environment, but what if it's not strong enough? What if everyone floats away and begins crashing into things as soon as we left the star? Aha! Gravitation. Maybe I can help. Maybe I can be of help after all. But up there is not so different from down here, you see. The same rules apply. And if you consider them as a part of a great, big cosmos rather than separate places... Reading's hard, guys. I'm stumbling way too much on my words. I suspect parties shall find comfort in this conversation. Yet if the anchorate's tale be true, still others would benefit from insights born of experience. Might I prevail upon the Loporus to attend them? An excellent idea, if I do say so myself. There is naught we'd like more than to ease the hearts of the fine people of Theris and learn more about them while we're at it. Full glad am I to hear it. Gather thy companions and bring them hither. Enna, thou hast a gift for finding souls in need of succor. Pray seek out the distressed and apprehensive, and inform them that help is at hand. I shall await them here, that I might introduce each to a suitable operate. Leave it to us. Oh, I do so look forward to that. A place for every Loporite, and every Loporite in their place. Let's see, seek out troubled souls, so we have to do a bit of searching. What am I thinking about? The medical facilities on the ship, of course. I designed them with the assistance of our sages and Chirurgans. But to imagine every illness and injury that one might face in the great expanse is beyond any of us, to say nothing of the effects that living out there indefinitely might have on the body. The crew from the moon? Why did I not think of that? Just leave me to my misery. The forum can appoint someone else. I apologize. I simply don't know what to do. How am I supposed to pilot the Ark if I'm already falling apart under the pressure? You know a starship pilot that I might speak with, truly? Well then, there's no time to waste. They can help me prepare for this monumental task. Is anything bothering me? Well, I've been loading cargo for bells now, so my back feels like a void sense played it as a piano. My feet and knees are as drums and cymbals too. My face? What's wrong with my... Ow! Perhaps I am a bit tense. I was tasked with ensuring that the proper fauna, and only the proper fauna, are brought with us to the moon. However, the suitability of a few species is still under debate, and I can hardly make the decision myself when I know so little about the environment up there. Including the Loperids on our discussion is a wonderful idea. I absolutely will, thank you. Perhaps their biology itself might offer some clue as well. Consult our collaborators? I suppose that would be more effective than sitting around brooding. I'm attempting to calculate how much cargo we can consolidate into fewer trips, should the ether burner make our original estimate unfeasible, but there are simply too many variables. I feel as if my brow will turn inside out, but perhaps our lunar associates will have more insight into how much weight constitutes too much weight for our purpose. Thank you for letting me know. How might I help you? My, what a lovely idea! I too noticed people becoming rather tense, so I rushed out here to pluck some fresh and fragrant tea leaves. Now I need only track down 100 or so cups. But don't you worry, I can manage. I hope your plan to cheer everyone up goes well. Blasted assistants! Where have they gone off at a time like this? Beg pardon, but I have not the time for idle chit-chat. I need to reconfirm that ether levels are consistent throughout the vessel's machinery, and it seems I shall have to do so single-handedly. I swear when I find those assistants of mine. The Loperids are willing to help? Why didn't you say so? At least they won't moan about how they checked 24 times already and haven't slept in weeks. Lazy sods. By the gods, my chest is tight. Am I dying? Is this what dying feels like? Oh, do pardon me. I didn't see you there. There is no cause for concern, I assure you. No cause for concern, even though we may need to depart at any moment, and if the hull I designed buckles under the strain, the entire vessel may explode at launch, claiming countless lives and dooming all mankind. But that is highly unlikely. Yes, highly unlikely. Highly. Our visitors can help me triple check the structural flaws, you say? Why, that would be wonderful. I'm breathing more easily already. Alright, 2 more people to talk to. "46 bunches of weeds on the ground, 46 bunches of weeds. Rip one out, add to the mound, 55 bunches of weeds in the..." Yep, I'm not neglecting my duties, I swear. I was in need of a little break, you see, but then I found myself unable to relax at all. So I went on a walk, and then I noticed these weeds, and... Pleasant conversation partners and also fuzzy? Goodness me, that sounds like a much better way to relax. Okay, one more person. There they are. Concerns? Nay, there's no point in worrying at this stage. It'll only make the work go by much slower. The world's end the end of the world is nigh, and yet the work goes no faster. Schedules are such temperamental things, feasible in one moment, utterly bollocks the next. And yet, I've never felt so alive. You. Yes, you idiot. Have you seen an envelope lying around? This imbecile refuses to give me the alchemic I ordered without the bloody slip of parchment. I'm not an idiot. Unless your friends have a spell to make me remember where I dropped my damned envelope, I doubt they'll be more help than you, and you've wasted enough time already. Douche. Take your envelope and shove it up your butt. Worries. No, I believe I'm fine, thank you. I've been confiding in my colleagues, and it's helped a lot. Can't recommend it enough. Have you heard anything of what's on the moon? I have no doubt that we can make it up there, but the searching for a new star part of the plan sounds awfully vague to me. I asked the forum, but they will only tell us that our collaborators have everything under control. Forgive me, but I don't feel particularly safe wandering through the sea of stars on gods know what made by gods know who. You mean to say I can speak with them directly? Amazing! I hope they like questions. Alright, finally, we spoke to everyone. Now we can finish this quest. Behold, Anna. Through thine efforts, word hath spread throughout Labyrinthos. Verily, to a far greater number than we anticipated, Living Way doth gather more Loporits as we speak. I shall assign each in accordance with their skills, that new bonds of friendship may be forged. Should greater matters require not thine attentions, watch over them, I prithee.
So much in forever.
Lively, isn't it? The town is abuzz. Everyone eager to meet with our friends from the moon.
Twould behoove you to consult with Sleeping Way. As our moon's pilot, his advice should be most pertinent.
I'm impressed. Truth be told, I struggle to tell one from another. No offense intended, of course.
None taken. After you and your friends left Mare Elementorum, we spent no small amount of time with your Urianger. Oh, the conversations we had. He told us all about Atheris, answered our every question, no matter how trifling or trivial. of knowledge. When I first arrived, I was struck by how little I knew. It was daunting. But then I realized that were it not for Urianger and his teachings, we'd still be stuck on the moon, gazing at your world and wondering what we've been missing.
What would they think if they could see Urianger now? I dare say they'd be more than a bit surprised. And impressed, no doubt. Master Louisoix, Minfilia, Papalimo, and not to forget...
Oh there. Heard there was a visiting expert who we might bother with a few questions. I take it you'd be the one.
Yes, I am.
Wilson and Blovida, Sharlayan's foremost researchers in the field of teleportation magic, and Moonbreeder's parents.
It hath been some time. Tis good to see you in good health.
Likewise, old friend. Blovida and I were most honored to answer the call. Never expected this reunion, though, did we, dear?
Alfei, the nerve. Sending that letter, then running off to the gods know where. Do you have any idea how worried we were?
I'm sorry. 'Twas remiss of me not to deliver the news in person. No, more than that. 'Twas I who...
Our daughter was disillusioned after Master Louisoix left her behind. The day the Scions called upon her was the happiest I'd seen her in years. She made her every choice of her own free will. No one could have ever forced her to do otherwise. Don't blame yourself for her death. Celebrate her life. You know that's what she'd want.
If there is one thing we resent you for, it was that we could not be there to mourn her with you. Reading the words you penned in that shaky hand, we must have cried as much for you as we did for her.
I'm sorry. I truly, truly am. I knew not what to say. Knew not how to express my feelings. The poems and platitudes of wiser men, musings on sadness and loss, studied and memorized, and meaningless in the moment.
Silly boy. We are all powerless before such grief. Even now, try as I might, the words escape me. But in our hearts, we know, we always know.
I remember when you were young, how the lads teased you for choosing the company of books over others. Our moon didn't take kindly to that. Be nice to Urianger, she'd shout, and give them a walloping. No matter how many times we scolded her.
So we offered a suggestion. Rather than starting fights, why don't you be the bridge between Urianger and the others? She had to mull it over for a while. Arms crossed, brow furrowed in intense thought. But from that day on, She never let you be alone. She'd drag you outside to play, pepper you with endless questions, read the same books you read, all to try and understand you that much better. I'm sure it was annoying and exhausting at the time, but she only ever had the best of intentions.
And look at you now, at the center of the crowd. The reason there even is a crowd, having brought these people together. You've no idea how proud we are.
To see the boy, our daughter, trusted and believed in more than anyone, grow into the man she always knew he could be. I can see her in you too. Feel her. She walks with you wheresoever you go. So thank you, Urianger, for being who you are.
I think I can feel her too. The truth of her life. Not sorrow, but hope and love.
This moon breeder. She was important to him, wasn't she?
You could ask the man himself.
Oh, no. But watching this exchange reminds me how much I've yet to learn about your world. And its people.
You can live here your entire life and hardly learn a thing. And that's why it's too soon for this to end.
The feels, guys. That's a tough scene. Oh, Enna, be assured that I am fine. I am. Full glad to see them, too, after so very long. Gladder still that it was in your company. As difficult as it was to accept their kindness, 'twould have been far harder if I had faced them alone. Hey, we leveled up. Nice. So we're level 89 now. I don't think we learned anything. Let's see. No, we learned all our traits. Oh, level 90, we learned Macrocosmos. Okay. Hither and yarns. Ahem. Thou hast my gratitude for lending courage to the Loporits. Not disposed to rest on their laurels, several of our guests have elected to accompany my countrymen to their stations. Some few may still come hither seeking counsel, and so shall I remain to aid them as need be. If thou art needed elsewhere, do not let me detain thee. As a matter of fact, I was hoping you might check on Alize. Last I saw, she was struggling to carry an enormous pile of boxes out the west gate. I could go myself, but we both know whose help she'd less like to scorn. Not to mention that, much to my misfortune, I can think of several other things I ought to be doing. Until later. I hope you guys are enjoying the stream. Sorry if everything is kind of hard to understand given the context of the game and there's a lot happening, but I hope you're enjoying it nevertheless. And there's Alize. Anna, what are you doing out here? No, I don't mind if you help me with these boxes, but it's far from the most exciting of tasks. Are you sure? Well, I appreciate the assistance. We need to get these to Aporia. Time is short, of course, but they're full of organic specimens and samples, so try not to be too rough with them. Alphino should be waiting for us when we arrive. I'll see you there. So I have to deliver the crates to Alphino. I have to walk all that way while avoiding enemies, okay. We're almost there. Oh, you're helping with the crates. Wonderful. You can put that there, with the others. You have my gratitude, but how did you come to be involved in this? Huh, then I suppose I have Thanker to thank as well. If you're wondering why we're tasked with bringing these boxes to Aporia to begin with, so was I. It turns out that this is a base of operations of sorts, though those with final say as to what is included in the ship's manifest can be found here. Father included, I suspect. That should be everything. You carried all of that at once? Are you trying to injure yourself? Oh, hush, they're lighter than they look, and not everyone has your delicate arms. I suppose we should let someone know that we finished. Theopold is in the courtyard. We can report to him. Why don't you come along? You should get credit for your assistance, at least. Considering where we are, we might even learn something interesting. Gods, it never ends, does it? What can I do for you? We've brought samples from Charlie and Hamlet, Series 110. The crates are by the entrance. Ah, thank you. I had expected one of my colleagues, but we are dreadfully short-handed. Just a moment. You are Fortuna's children, are you not? Alphino and Alize at your service. You are well acquainted with Father, I take it. Quite. I've been friends with your parents since our days at the studio. I remember when you were yay high, waddling hither and thither. Clearly, It's been quite some time since we've met. 'Tis good to see you again, wielding your father's new list, no less. You knew our parents when they were young? What were they like? Pray spare no detail. I should like nothing more to regale you. Alas, I am meant to be in charge here, and reams of paperwork want for submission. We can help with that, in exchange for the sort of stories our parents would never willing divulge, of course. Very well then. There happen to be 3 sets of documents in need of delivery, so how about you each take one? Wait, right here. You will find a forum representative waiting to collect these near the southernmost structure. I hope I haven't kept her waiting too long. Never mind Alpha and Alize, I'm certain they will be back soon enough. Are you not? Oh, sorry. Are you not one of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn? I thought you were meant to be working on the ether burner. Theopold's paperwork. I was beginning to worry he had misplaced his quill. I appreciate your help in seeing these documents to my hands at last. As for your other task, I pray keep this between us, but I sincerely hope you Scions succeed. The Exodus is, without a doubt, the most monumental undertaking in the history of the Forum, so we must be circumspect in all respects. Risk is a privilege we cannot afford ourselves. At its heart, however, Charlian has ever been a nation of the curious. 'Twould be a tragedy indeed if we were the ones to stymie your pursuit of truth. Quick and efficient. I dare say you have a talent for this work. The twins' papers only needed to be delivered to elsewhere in the facility, so they should be returning any moment. We return, with not a scrap of paperwork remaining on our persons, you will note. You both have my thanks, and my apologies for sending you on an errand far below your ambitions. Why, even as a babe, you struggled out of your swaddling clothes, and... That is quite enough of that, thank you. It was compromising stories of our parents that we asked for, to reiterate. Of course, of course. I've known your father for so long. I must have something. Well, as you know, part of why the Levier name garners such respect in Charlian is your family's storied history. You two can trace your ancestry directly to those who came aboard Yunkrev's Hope, a lineage few can claim. I never thought much of it myself. It's not as though our forebears founded our nation, they were simply there when it happened. Nevertheless, it has traditionally been a point of pride. 'Tis why in young Kev's pronouncement, renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason, has ever been our family's creed. Until your grandfather's time, Archon Louisoix looked not to young Krebs' words, but his deeds. He asserted in defiance of his peers that choosing to save the great and the small from the rising tides was the true mark of our founder's virtue. Perhaps it was his expertise, his knowledge of ancient prophecy, and the fall of civilizations that led him to conclude that to eschew conflict at every turn was to consign mankind to his doom. there will ever be conflict and calamity will follow. Thus, to ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. You remember his words well. Indeed, Archon Louisoix lived by that personal creed and used every means at his disposal to bring succor to those in need, Charlene or no. No one loved and admired your grandfather more than his son. Yet Fortunato could not reconcile Louisoix's deeds with the philosophy of their forebears and his peers, a philosophy in which he believed so fervently, yet made a pariah of his father. Fortunato agonized over this contradiction for much of his life. God's father. A son may carry his father's blood, but his choices are his own to bear. Is it not always thus? Gods know Fortunato's a cranky old goat, so I'm sure you butt heads often enough. Yet even so, you must know that you are constantly in his thoughts, every moment of every day, and that is not an exaggeration in the slightest. You should have seen him when you were born. Barely recognizable, he was, with a kind of dumbfounded grin I'd not seen since he first took a fancy to your mother. He was practically skipping when he told me the news. Take my word for it, he loves you to an embarrassing degree. But is also frustratingly single-minded. Once he's decided that a given action is for the best, he will stay the course no matter what or who opposes him. A profoundly annoying habit when you're on the other end of it, as I'm sure you will agree. I'll say. Thank you for your insight. When next we meet our parents, I shall mention that we spoke. Try not to get me into too much trouble now. I need the form on my side. Speaking of which, I ought to be getting back to work. I have to make sure those specimens you brought make it to their proper places, or the cranky old goat will have my hide. We can speak again later. Hail, you three! Graha, surely Kokol hasn't driven you out of the forge already. For better or for worse, no. However, he has set me a task that requires more than my single pair of hands, and here you are. I could use at least one of you, but I won't object to more. Unfortunately, Alize have prior commitments, and we have delayed too long as it is. What about you, Enna? Can you spare the time? Perfect. This shouldn't take long. Next quest, Once Forged. In the event that our, and I quote, promised heap of adamantite falls right out of the bloody sky and into my lap, Master Kokol wishes to be ready to put the proverbial hammer to anvil at a moment's notice. To fabricate these parts, however, he needs the flames of Kokol's forge to burn hotter. He sent me to increase the amount of ether being funneled to his furnaces. The flow of fire-aspected ether into Labyrinthos is regulated by an elemental reactor south of here, to which I have borrowed the key. The adjustment will require 2 people to carry out safely, but I can explain the process once we arrive. This is where we part, then. We'll see you in Charlie and Hamlet once the adamantite arrives, if not before. This way, then. I forgot how tedious and arduous this part of the game was. So many fetch quests. The reactor is housed within this facility. I'll be the one to go inside and adjust the fire ether output. When I do, a rather large amount of water-aspected ether will issue from the vent at the top. I expect this to attract at least a few elementals, which we would both rather not be drawn into the reactor itself, trust me. Can I ask that you put down any that draw too near? They'll pose you little trouble, I'm sure. Excuse me, guys. Wait here if you would. Did everything go smoothly out there? I thought as much. No major complications to speak of inside either. And the water ether appears to be venting properly. I expect Kokol will have seen a difference in his forge flames by the time I return. Since I have you, there was another matter I thought to discuss with you. Nothing terribly important, merely something I've been considering. Part of this I shared with everyone, yet you, only you, have been to Elpis. As we have established, refined adamantite is a product of Alag, of the Empire's twilight years in fact. It was a material which saw much use as part of the Allagan's efforts to extend beyond the bounds of this world, Dalamud, of course, being the most prominent. Of those who would push further, expand Alag's empire to encompass the heavens and the stars above, perhaps the greatest was the infamous technology, or the least, Perhaps the greatest it was its infamous technologist, Amon. Did he remember his life as Hermes? Oh yes, Graha screen time. I believe he had his own reasons. There is no evidence to suggest that he retained memories of his former life. He only joined the Asians once the Empire was all but dust, as you know. If not his memory, though, what drove him to pursue the idea with such fervor? This may seem far-fetched, but what if souls, like minds, have a personality, so to speak, a natural disposition towards which they are inclined? We know with relative certainty that it was the gross decadence and inexorable decline of Alag that moved Amon to resurrect Empire Zonde. The Empire's people spoke lightly of death and destruction, experimenting on those they deemed beneath them to fill the emptiness in their hearts. In facilitating Zonde's return, Amon provided these languid souls with the means to free themselves from the mire of their own indolence. Or would have, had not Zonde been convinced by his own death that life itself was meaningless. Amon's desire for his countrymen to conquer the heavens could only be a means to the same end, to insist the people with new purpose. Like Hermes before him, Amon was appalled by how those around him lived, but could never bring himself to believe that those lives were devoid of meaning, and both of them sought that meaning, that hope, in the distant stars. Such is my theory, anyway. Ultimately, it is the consequences of their actions which matter. Their motives are not of no moment, and yet, to reach those stars on wings of adamantite, to travel to the ends of creation and beyond, the promise of hope everlasting, that much I do understand. But enough musing for now. Why don't we see how Kokol is getting on? He's best cat boy. Whew, I can feel those flames blazing from here. Glad you found someone capable, Graha, but there's not much left for you to do. Unless you can conjure up the refined adamantite any faster. I may need to refill my water bottle soon. There's so much talking. Next quest. Bonds of Adamantite. I do trust to deliver you on your promise. I do, only I hate waiting. I want that adamantite and I want it now. We share your impatience, I assure you. Is there truly nothing else we can assist you with in the meantime? I wish. This sitting about's unbearable. Pity the form frowns on recreational explosions. Well, as long as they can't prove it was premeditated. Get you gone. I have mistakes to make. In that case, I suppose we should go and return the key to the reactor. I'll have one more look to make sure nothing has gone wrong, unintentionally or otherwise. I'm certain there are better uses for your time, however. I will join you in Charlie and Hamlet anon. If you wait here, your companions are bound to turn up sooner or later. Await your companions.
All set, I take it?
We finished what we could. Delivered supplies, tracked down escaped animals. Trivial tasks as they may be.
That's enough, don't you think? If there was anything more important still undone, that would be a problem in itself.
The vessel is essentially ready for departure. All that remains is to load the final batch of supplies and see everyone on board. Once we've readied the ether burner, that is.
Ah, had a feeling we might find you all here.
Our consultations with the Loperates, too, have run their course. Pleased I am to say that our researchers' concerns have for the most part been allayed, though some insist on making adjustments to the very end. For their part, Livingway and her peers have graciously offered to stay and keep the people company, lest any lingering queries go unanswered.
All that remains is to wait for the refined adamantite.
Alphino, are you there? It's me, Cryle. Your special delivery has arrived. Round up everyone and come to the harbor at once.
Speak of the devil. Let us go at once.
Forgive the intrusion, Master Fortuner. I bring urgent news. A great commotion has broken out in Scholar's Harbor. Your presence is requested with all speed.
Now, where might this delivery be? Oh.
I'm sure it's very important, but we cannot accept these without the proper permits.
By the 12! Surely, these can't all be.
Bleeding hellfire! They're bringing them by sea and by air. All these folks in these crates.
And more on the way. Got your adamantite right here. A bigger haul than any of these sorry bastards brought, and that's no lie.
Yes, because you were charged with seeing the shipments from Gridania and Uldar here, along with your own. Give credit where credit is due.
Sounds like the sorry whinging of a sore loser. An hypocrite to boot. Ain't no way a scrawny whelp like you took a dozen steps inside a Dalamon shard.
I'll have you know I went all the way to the entrance. Furthermore, 'twas my contacts that enabled us to enlist the cooperation of the Sky Pirates.
Left you outside so you wouldn't get anyone killed, did they? Well then, credit where credit's due, you did a right fine job sitting on your ass.
Take that back.
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
My, what a grand welcome party.
Hancock and Saraban.
We come bearing relics both sacred and Allegan, as well as a few other gifts that may be of help, to be presented with best wishes from the Eastern Alliance.
I myself have come with a sacred relic of Rayson Temple. 'Twas passing fortunate that Senri's dango craving brought us to Kugane. We arrived precisely as Hancock was making his arrangements. Upon learning of your need, we made haste back to Hell's Lid. with our dango, never fear, and consulted with the other auspices. All consented to the lending of Tenzin's legendary phoenix blade for this noble cause. Suzaku and Seiryu were nevertheless worried that it might be lost in transit, however, and insisted upon accompanying me to Onakoru, where I had intended to entrust it to our Confederate allies. I thought instead to give it over to Hancock when we chanced to cross paths yet again. But alas, Seiryu remained ill at ease, and ordered me see the blade into your hands personally, or die trying.
We did, of course, need quite the impressive vessel to get it all here in time. Fortunately, our majestic associates have been more than helpful. 'Tis an honor to join the Warrior of Light on another adventure, they tell me.
That is all wonderful to hear, but what of the extraordinary cost? I shudder to think of the ransom we must pay for such a bounty.
Fret not for your coin purse, young Alphino. Lord Lolorito looks ever towards the profits of the future, and thus the East Aldenard Trading Company went to some lengths to reduce the financial liability. And since the Scions funded the entire venture, not a gill need be rendered up in compensation. Everything is already yours.
We funded the venture? When?
Don't let the name fool you. This coin keeper knows a thing or two about spending. When it comes to capital investiture, a sprinkling of gil here and there will not do. You need enough savings to make waves when it really counts, which is why frugality is paramount. We also had the benefit of a generous patron. Generous being rather an understatement. She has supported us from the shadows since the very founding of the Scions. We even had coffers to fill.
Mother!
Amelians.
I remain, of course, an entirely neutral party. I simply thought our family's coffers were needlessly full. We can hardly take them with us on your teeny-tiny toy boat, now can we? And 'twould be a shame to leave all that hard-earned wealth unspent. Waste not.
However did you manage so much in so short a time, though? We expected word to reach only a fraction of our allies.
Nura, hey, welcome to the stream. How's it going, dude? We're playing more Final Fantasy XIV today, taking a break from Tales of the Abyss. But maybe tomorrow we'll go back to that, but for now, 14.
Did I not tell you I have my ways?
Erenville, you were involved too.
I received a letter from Cryo after we parted ways in Labyrinthos. She explained what the Scions were trying to accomplish, and why you might soon require the services of the Gleaners, spread across the world as we are. I pray you do not interpret this as a betrayal of Charlotte. I accept that the Forum's aim in pushing us to our limits was to preserve what knowledge we have, and I bear you no ill will for it. Yet, in collecting that knowledge, what I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know. That is why I chose to help the Scions, to combat the obliteration of those countless, undiscovered wonders. I held no illusions that they would be less demanding taskmasters. Though, rest assured, if I had, I would have been sorely disappointed.
Oh, you just got back from shoveling? Well, good work out there. Must be very cold. I remember those days living in the East Coast where that was made to shovel the driveway and the snow and the sidewalks and whatnot. So I feel that. Hopefully you're warming up now.
To make a long story short, the whole of the guild ship cooperated to ensure your call was heard far and wide.
What's this about a ship that can fly to the moon? And why didn't you mention it sooner? The one time you don't beg my aid, your problem's a bloody ship that can fly to the moon.
Sid, you brought the team.
Of course. Garland Ironworks' finest. You need only point us towards my new favorite ship.
As you like us not suspect, we've also brought adamantite for Mordona's Dalamud Shard. I admit to some consternation upon first receiving Kryl's message. So few scions remain at the Rising Stones now, far too few for such an expedition. However, the Gleaners were able to secure us reinforcements. Idleshire's treasure hunters, not least among them. I know. How the Gobbyflock fought. Slowfix's gratitude for the safe return of his daughter has not waned, and he gathered his kin to our side with an astounding quickness. The clash between their machina and the Allagan defences was a sight to behold. I wager even you would have been impressed by the magnitude of the Gobby booms.
Fascinating as all this is, I fail to see how it explains your presence here. Does Razat Khan not have more pressing concerns?
We do. Yet averting the final days would be the most expedient solution. That, and I am indebted to you. Though they chose to take their leave of Thavnair, those you saved in Galimund remain my people. My gratitude is beyond words. 'Tis appropriate that I aid you in kind. If in the doing we bring salvation to others of this star, so much the better. You will recall that I spoke of my father, Midgard Summer, and his journey across the great expanse. As he traveled betwixt the stars, his resplendent scales drank of the ether in those nigh empty surrounds, and imparted to him the strength to persevere. Thinking they might further your cause, I called out to my kin for consent. Ajdaya's answer was silence. As ever, Tiamat and Chrisvelgre, however, responded favorably to the suggestion. My sire, too, stirred from his slumber long enough to speak and say, "Very well." Thus have I brought you his own worm scales. Fit them to your purpose, and seek a worthier fate for us all.
You'd be hard-pressed to find someone else so familiar with the unique properties of dragon scales. So I invited myself along.
Bugger me, this is so unbelievable. I've gone right back round to believing it again. Forget a 6% gain in efficiency. With all these goodies, we could get 7, no? 10, no? 14 bleeding percent. Think of how far we could go! What we could do with that much power! What we could blow up!
If Kokol is duly convinced, then it must be true. In which case, the Scion's end of the bargain has been fulfilled. Would you not agree?
Yes, Father?
I know not what you seek of Hydaelyn, nor for what purpose you would take command of our ship. Yet this much is certain. To do so will be to dictate the fate of this star and the lives upon it, the lives of each and every creature, in their magnitude and their fragility. Do you understand? And are you prepared?
We have seen and we have felt how much each life shapes this world. And so we are determined to abandon none. We understand what is at stake, and we are prepared to bear this burden.
Lapis, thank you so much for redeeming Stretch. We have been sitting here for quite a bit, so... Excuse me. Big stretches. This chair definitely helps, though. This chair helps with my posture, which was something I struggled with last year for a long stream, so this chair is a godsend.
Then I will bear it with you. I beg you, share your struggles with me, as family. You grasped my fingers with such tiny hands the day you were born. I thought my heart might burst. It was love and happiness beyond expression. Overwhelming. And a conviction so powerful that I trembled with something close to rage. I had heard the final days foretold. I swore to myself then and there that I would not let them steal your futures. The great exodus would succeed, must succeed. No sacrifice or sin was worse than the alternative. If anything gave me pause, 'twas mine own father. The Archon Louisoix openly decried Charlian's policies. A perspective which I regarded with increasing disdain as I grew older. Yet even as part of me thought him a fool, perhaps I also hoped that he, of all people, would devise a brilliant means to save my children. A naive hope, but stubborn enough that I could never bring myself to keep you apart. No, that was his doing, when he perished at Cartano, as we pulled that twisted slab of Dalamud from the sea. I remembered the warmth of your newborn touch. Chastened, I vowed never again to suffer any interference in my mission to protect you. No matter that you yourselves wished otherwise. Detest me, fight me tooth and nail, I would suffer it, and more, and be satisfied so long as I could force you onto the ship. I was wrong. You two have grown so much stronger and so much wiser than I dared dream.
Yep, he's finally coming to terms as a father that his children are growing up. And yeah, I would definitely recommend getting a new chair, because, like, I realize in life we're not getting any younger. So, This is a really great purchase, though. It helps the posture, helps with slouching, and slouching especially is a bane of my existence. There's a habit that's not so easily to get rid of, but this chair definitely helps with that. Though, granted, these gaming chairs are pretty expensive.
You have earned the right to walk your own path, and already begun to do so.
Good. Because there are things we care about, and people we love, and none of them is replaceable. Not a one.
It cannot have been an easy journey for you to have come so far.
We shall be glad to acquaint you with the finer details someday, once this danger has passed. All that we have seen and heard, that we have felt and learned in our travels. Ours is not a kind world, but it is beautiful. Always.
Oh no. Are you quite sure that's wise? After all, someone turns pale and flees the room when he sees so much as an envelope containing word of your adventures. Whatever will happen if he learns what you were really up to?
Amelians. Though I have wronged my children most gravely, I owe you an apology as well. I assumed that it was the Scion's influence that made them so keen to charge headlong into danger. Yours, in particular. I see now that said influence instead brought them together with the many fine people gathered here today. In which case, I hope you continue to guide them.
If we've finished loitering about the harbor, might I suggest we put our plans into motion? People are beginning to look confused.
Perhaps you can spare a few words ere they resume the tedious lugging of cargo. You have no small number of friends and admirers here, after all.
We shall say, lend us your strength.
Your assistance is appreciated. Now, in an orderly fashion, if you please.
Oh, you have scoliosis? Oh man, I'm really sorry to hear that. Diagnosed back in high school? Oh yeah, the Warrior of Light, we don't really get much to say. But yeah, I'm really sorry to hear they have scoliosis. I had no idea. But that's good that you get it treated, though. Yeah, just as long as you're taking care of yourself. That's all we could ever ask of you. I'm gonna go refill my water. I'll be right back. Okay, I've returned. Let's get back the screen. Hello again. Thanks. Oh, it doesn't get in the way of much? That's good. Good to hear. We finally managed to clear the harbor, which means the rest is in the engineer's capable hands. Meanwhile, Father has issued to us an invitation. As was agreed, he will reveal the means by which Heidelin may be contacted. We are to meet him at Aporia when we're ready. Given the vital knowledge she holds, I suggest we leave without delay. It transpires, however, that the form's methods for speaking with her is not without risks. I am curious to hear what those might entail, but regardless, be warned. Most of those who arrived with the Adamantite have offered to stay and see to any remaining tasks that need doing. The Forum has already asked for my assistance in overseeing the process, so you needn't worry about a thing. Thank you, Tataru. We're off to Aporia then. Please. I can do this. Please. Hold on, I gotta zoom in real. Oh, I didn't even attune to it yet. That's why I can't. That's why I can't teleport there. I thought I attuned to it already. I guess not. Thankfully, it's not too far. But I thought I had already attuned to the thing, but I guess not. Yep, time to ride. Because of my forgetfulness, I forgot to attune to the Aetherite. It's whatever. Oh yeah, the music in this game is fantastic. I really want to get the OST CD. I think it's up for pre-order, but I keep forgetting to actually do the pre-order. Yeah, we've been here before. I just didn't attune to the Aetherite. Silly me. Okay. Enna, I have already shown the others inside. You will want to speak with Clairlane. She has the key to the lift, and can send you down after me. You're with Master Foshino, yes? Just step inside the lift here. From here, we proceed to the heart of Labyrinthos, and its most closely guarded secret, Thomezane. It marks the beginning and the end of our efforts. Once we delved to seek audience with the star, and once we will embark on our journey to the heavens. This way, if you please. can't fly just yet. Eventually. I bid you welcome to Thelmazane. Direct your attention towards its center to behold the ark over which we have long labored. It's huge! As you can see, 'twas designed as a medium-sized craft, the better to reduce fuel consumption. Miniaturizing magics have been applied to its interior to ensure that the thrust-to-weight ratio does not place too great a limitation on its freight capacity. The ether burner, as you know, has been removed for further modification, but we shall reattach it soon enough. I have received word from Kokol, and several of your allies are working on it with an intense fervor. They are sure to see it done. 'Twas by their expertise that many a prior disaster was averted. If anything, I fear they will not afford us much time to speak with Heidelin ere they finish. Point taken. Let us move on. I must warn you again, however, that even with the benefit of our device, to treat with her is not a simple feat. Oh yeah, the music's always fantastic in this game. Soken's a friggin' genius. I have done what I can to impress upon you the gravity of what lies ahead. Are you prepared? Next quest, her children, one and all. We make for the lift at the center of this chamber. Come. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I have so many things in my inventory. Oh boy. I'm guessing my saddlebag is full too. Yeah, it is. Okay. Ah, so much clutter in my inventory. Before we proceed, I need to go back and mess around with my inventory, so we know where to go now. I just need to do a few things. Let's see. Anything I can get rid of would be fantastic. Not there. Let's check another retainer. I just need to make room for more items, because I think there's a dungeon coming up. I think that should be enough space. Let's see. Enough space. We'll have to... I'll go through it later. How did we... Oh, here. Okay. As you all know, alongside our physical world exists an ethereal plane, what we refer to as the ethereal sea. At the heart of the star, the physical and ethereal are one and the same. Thus, the deeper we go, the easier it is to pass between said planes. We utilize this principle in constructing the anti-tower, and once more here in Thumazane. No sooner did the Forum decide to withdraw from Eorzea than we began work on this facility. Our work culminated in a device that allowed us to peer deeper into the ethereal sea than ever before, in search of Heidelin's ever fainter echoes. The Atia scope. And you communicated with her through this device. For a time, yes, but since the 7th Umbral Calamity, it has been rare to hear even a whisper. If you wish to reach her, you must journey closer to the center of the star than we have ever dared, beyond the Atia scope. Even so, I make no guarantee that you will find her, nor of your safety, not so deep in the ethereal sea. We understand, but if we are to deliver this world, we have no choice but to try. I know. I only wish we could do more than observe your progress from afar. The Atia scope's ocular lens, by which we may peer into the ethereal sea without placing ourselves at hazard, lies above us. Through it, we can watch and guide you. In those swirling depths, there are pockets of ether so dense and turbulent that they can unravel one's soul. If we determine that you are at risk of coming into contact with such pocket, we will recall you with the teleportation magics. To that end, it would be best if one familiar with the composition of your souls remain here to assist in assessing said risk. Otherwise, there is an increased probability that we will extract you too early or too late. Please, allow me. I have thought upon this much, and in truth, I do not believe I am fit to join you in the trials ahead. The events at the Tower of Babel drained me, yes, but even before that, your capabilities far outstripped my own. This is no time to have a weak link in your vanguard, no matter how much she may wish it were otherwise. If I assist in the manner that Master Fortuno has laid out, however, I may still be of use. Will you trust me to do so? I can think of none I'd trust more, compared to that effort you put into keeping us alive while our souls were in the first, preventing us from dissolving into ether on a single expedition ought to pose no challenge at all. And even if we did, I expect you would hunt us down and restore us to health somehow. You flatter me, but rest assured that I will be keeping an eye on all of you. Oh, Nura, if you love orchestrated rock, this dungeon is for you. Especially the boss battle themes. There is one more thing. Those in ages past referred to the ethereal sea as the underworld, our final resting place. In its embrace and memory washed away, leaving only the purity of one's soul, or so we believe. Yet what of these memories? Few think to ask what becomes of them, cast adrift in ethereal tides. Some theorize that they linger for some time, those associated with strong sentiment in particular. In those depths, memories of the departed may even coalesce around you, of hatred or for love. Thus do I caution you to be wary, but also to have faith. Remember those who did gladly extend a hand to you, that they may lift you up once more. Alright. I don't think any of my friendos are on. Let's see. Just Los, but he's doing something else right now. Oh, he's in Rajane. I've done that quite a few times before expansion. Alright, so we'll do Trust.
I stand ever ready.
Then...
Right then.
Alright, let's go. The Atioscope. Alright, my friends, it's go time.
All seems in order with the lens, and I trust you can hear me. Those things are pure malcontent, the residue of lives unfulfilled.
This is through a healer's point of view, so I'm not sure it'll be as exhilarating as playing another class, but healers do see their fair share of action as well. Alright, next. So far, so good. Ah, it's Mr. Slopay himself. In a rush of familiar wisdom, the memory of a principled scion takes form.
Hold still.
Okay, first boss. You cannot take this from me. Never will I surrender. Something, something, dark side.
Hold still.
Wasn't that a bop, though? I love that track. Offending. I don't really need that, but we'll take it.
The ether is too dense. Ah, I'm losing you.
This place is really cool. In a rush of familiar affection, the memory of a valiant Archon takes form. In a rush of familiar delight, the memory of a kind-hearted knight takes form. Yeah, this area is very Final Fantasy. Super Final Fantasy. Oops.
Allow me. Hold still. Hold still. Allow me. Hold still. You underestimate me.
Okay, second boss fight. Here we go.
You underestimate me!
One of these walls will be destroyed faster than the others. I think that's where we hide. Yeah, this one right here.
Hold still.
We gotta take these reticles into consideration too. So back here. Oops, not S1.
Hold still.
Places of casting. Oh, Lapis, thank you so much for gift subbing Nura. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. That's a cool animation. Hey, what is this? Oh, I see. house, Minfilia. And like that, she's gone. Yeah, exactly, like the wind.
Hold still.
Alright, final boss time. Let's go!
Is as far as you go. Oblivion beckons!
Unsundered Soul, Amon the Undying.
Many faces have I worn,
Oof.
but this is my favorite by far! You will persist in this folly no longer! You underestimate me! The stage is set!
You underestimate me.
This song always gives me goosebumps, dude. It's so good.
Let the curtains rise for the main attraction!
my god, it's Iceheart. I forgot everything about this one.
What a boorish audience you are!
Sorry, we're not here to be entertaining. Whew. Oh, Starcross, I didn't see you there. Welcome.
Lies! All lies!
Hope you're doing well.
Your dreams, your hopes, your futures, delusions and lies!
Okay, bye. I know exactly what you mean. Alright, so... Oops. So what do we get? A bracelet of healing. Let's see. Put this in our inventory. Equip this. Cool. Oh, I already have one of the items, so rip.
begins to wane. Sweet, sweet agony.
Leave this to her.
Come to deal the coup de grace. Good. Watching you struggle against the inevitable is bad comedy. Erase me from existence, soul and all.
Have you any memories of Meteon?
How would you know that name? Then it was you. In Elpis. With Emet-Selch. The final pieces fall into place. In my halcyon days, as the mortal Ammon, I was haunted by a dream. Night after night, the faceless multitude, the voiceless cries, shards of shattered memories. But slowly, the fog began to clear. This was Elpis. And I was Hermes. Recurring though it was, I paid this dream little heed. It was only when I was granted the seat and memories of Fandaniel that I knew these visions to be true. They were the memories of Hermes that he himself erased using the power of Kairos. Or so he thought. In his attempt to burn away the events of that fateful day, he succeeded only in searing them more deeply into his soul. My soul. Death failed to expunge them. No matter how many times it came. Rebirth after rebirth, from one Fandaniel to the next. I wonder, is Emet-Selch adrift somewhere in this ethereal sea? In defeat, finally remembering your time together in Elpis? How it must gall him to be entrusted with knowledge of the final days, only to be rendered powerless to act upon it. So many lifetimes dedicated to restoring his beloved Amaron in blissful ignorance. Oh, folly. But make no mistake, my life as Hermes is not the reason I invited the world's end. I have lived. I have struggled. I have dredged the very depths of despair. And in the detritus of existence, I found the truth. I served a great ruler, powerful beyond measure. The world, his dominion. Yet even he and his vast empire were destined to fall, to become one with oblivion. At the end of life's journey lies only death. So I ask you, why live at all? We betray, we torment, we murder. We are wicked, spiteful creatures, without exception. If life is so sacred, so precious, why fill it with such misery? Man wallows in a hell of his own making without
purpose or meaning. To live is to suffer, and I would end that suffering by my own hand. It matters not if it flies in the face of all believed right and just. Death is the only solution. That is my truth, my answer to the question. And yet, even as the words pass my lips, I am filled with doubt. As my search reached its end. Was this the only way? After all these years, is this the answer I was hoping for?
The lamentations of the damned. How it vexes me to see your conviction falter at the last. Fandandan. Still clinging to existence, I see. You, who champion death so fervently, unwilling to accept your own, refusing to be purified and swept into the sea of souls. As do I. We prisoners to memory, watching as the world turns. Though unlike me, you will be spared the ignominy of having your corpse made a puppet, dancing to another's tune.
Is that Arsahi?
How very astute. But let me be clear, I have not come to consort with the likes of you.
Oh, go drink some milk.
Nor have I come to bemoan the state of the world following my untimely demise. In fact, I delight in mankind's downfall, and the anguish it brings the savior of the savages. If I played some small part in the chaos, all the better. Not that I was in any position to resist. But to be made accomplice to the betrayal of Lord Xenos. I would die 1,000 deaths to exact my vengeance. Now you are at my mercy. I shall drag us both into oblivion, and you will never see the fulfillment of your magnum opus, even should you be reborn. Your desperate search for answers must start again.
Next time, we'll find the answer together.
Even here, even now, you have every right to hate me. For the fool I was, for the monster I became.
Wait, Starcross, didn't you beat the story? I thought? Or do you have another character?
But I will not beg forgiveness. A tale of Hermes.
Oh,
the man
okay.
who knew so much, yet understood so little, ends here.
Don't try to follow me. I had more of you people than I could stomach in life. Never mind in death.
Sahi, I wouldn't even follow you for a Klondike bar, okay?
I pray we do not meet again. You had better hope not. Come. Hydaelyn is waiting.
That arc with Asahi and Stormblood, it's insufferable, dude. Ugh.
Brave travelers, I welcome you.
Starcross isn't wrong. Ooh. I had forgotten what she looked like. We meet again, Vana.
I see. Thou didst journey unto Elpis. And now, the rivers of time converge. I know why you have come. Yet I would hear you speak your reasons all the same.
You created the moon to deliver mankind from the final days. But is that really how it has to end? We do not wish to abandon this world. We want to protect the source and all of its shards.
To flee is but one of two paths. The other leadeth to Meteon, far beyond the stars, where she doth chant creation's requiem. Her domain is formed of dynamis, pure, absolute. Where emotion and memory govern all, ether will avail you naught. Meteon hath gathered the pain and despair of countless stars, and to go unprepared is to go unto your doom.
We'll beat her. We'll win. I swear it. Is what I might have said once. After everything I've seen, all the times I've succumbed to my own anger and fear. I can no longer pretend that courage and faith will be enough. But are we truly so powerless? That our only choice is to flee?
Far from it, my child. Long ago, the inhabitants of myriad stars, many more prosperous than Atheris, sought to free their worlds from life's woes. Sorrow and anger, conflict and hostility, despair, and even death itself. But as Meteon reported, every attempt ended in failure. Darkness abideth within every living being and can never be cast out. Neither reason nor faith can challenge this immutable truth. To live is to suffer, and in suffering, find strength and purpose and hope. As you have done so many times before. Thou dost pursue an impossible dream, yet knowing this, you pursue it nevertheless. And thou hast learned to depend on others as they do thee. Thy yearning for the power to save the powerless hath ever driven thee to greater heights. Thou hast grown strong. Though those closest to thee no longer walketh by thy side, their love remaineth thy guiding light. For duty's sake, thou hast been bound by truths unutterable time and time again. Yet thy heart hath never wavered, as thy companions will attest. In thy pursuit of mysteries great, all thou believest is brought into question. Undaunted, thy thirst for knowledge remaineth unquenched. The fires of hatred that once burned in thy heart burneth no more. From their ashes doth spring the light of love, warm and pure. As witness to black calamity, thou despaired at man's helplessness. Resolved, thou didst unite a distant world on the brink of collapse. And thou, my champion, when all did seem lost, thou never abandoned hope. For every trial and every foe that did bar thy way, thou hast proven equal to the challenge, drawing courage from the many bonds forged on thy journey. You have all known despair, and though the end approacheth, you walk on, heads held high. Therein lieth your power, the strength to silence the song of oblivion.
Then there is a means to confront her.
Yes, if you should prove yourselves worthy. Hark! Nigh impossible is it to send mortals to the edge of the universe. Should you fail, there will be no second chance. As the will of the star, I ask of you this. Do you possess the fortitude to stand firm when all around you doth crumble? Do you possess the faith to vanquish despair itself? Should you lack the strength to best a supreme deity, I cannot allow you to make the journey. You must leave this star and never return. Prepare yourselves.
Prove ourselves worthy, then. Sounds straightforward enough.
Aye. No room for confusion there. In any case, we've come too far to back down now.
I am of the same mind. What power I have, I shall bring to bear.
The three of you seem to be forgetting who we're up against. It's not every day we battle a divine being of untold power. Well, not quite every day. Do try not to get underfoot. Needless to say, there'll be no margin for error.
Let us hold nothing back. For the people of this world and those beyond the rift.
Alas, the question I posed to thee in Elpis hath remained unanswered these long years. I would hear thy response, warrior of light. Shouldst thou emerge victorious?
The Mother Crystal, now accessible. So this is the first time in 14 history that you can do a trial in Trust. Meaning you have AI companions in the boss fight with you. Yeah, same. I was hype. I was hype AF. Divine Light, Heidelin.
I, the last of my kind, shall test thee. Come, prove thy worth.
Oh yeah, Urianger is a summoner. Alright, what was this? Oh, I get 2 redos. Okay, I didn't notice that the first time. Anyway.
Have you the strength of will to alter man's fate?
Ow. I was just right outside the safe zone. Dang. It's been ages since I've done this fight. And by that I mean weeks.
the sorrow at hope's demise. Think. And find your way in the darkness.
Man, I really used up all my lives. Okay.
Follow your light. Or fly, my children, and never look back. Then you are resolved. With heart speed.
Away with you!
This test is far from underestimate me. By crystal light.
I will not hold back.
You're mine. Light unyielding.
I will not hold back.
Refulgence eternal.
My turn! It is a most fearsome familiar.
Where near or far.
Oh my god.
Be at ease, my friend.
Alphino! He was in my way! Friggin' idiot.
Have you the strength of will to alter man's fate?
Alphino's like, hey, I see this area you're trying to go for. Let me go into it and screw you over. Friggin'
You cannot stop us.
Oh well, take two.
And now this. demise. Think. Find your way in the darkness.
No, I'm standing over here. I'm not following you guys again. I died both times.
Follow your light. Or fly, my children, and never look back. When you are resolved, let's give him a go. This test is far.
You crossed my path.
By crystal light. Where near or far, I have you now.
Oh my god, you guys. Why do they always run when I'm trying to run? Oh.
Something special for you.
Light unyielding. Refulgence eternal.
I will not hold back.
By blade.
Oh. Oh, wrong button. Damn it. My allies are trying to kill me, guys. This is not good.
Succumb not to fear.
That's the solution. I'll just stay in the middle. Oh god, what the hell? Oh, I got caught up in the wave, I guess. How'd I die again? I wasn't even in it! That's some bullshit. I was nowhere near it. You all saw it. Ah, man, finally. Can any of my mods take care of that, please?
At last, man has the strength to.
Oh, we did it though. Jeez. I appreciate it, Los. Thanks. Oh. Got too close. Yeah, I can't get too close to Highland for some reason without her just instantly vanishing.
No! This can't be happening!
Though my power is in constant flux, I have always kept a reserve for this very moment. It was a true test of your prowess. You have done well.
There is one thing I must ask. By By sundering the world into 14 shards, the ether of all living beings too was divided. This reduction would in theory allow us to more easily interact with Dynamis. Having seen mankind brought to the very precipice of extinction, you wished for us to develop a means to overcome despair. You believed we had the potential, and sundered all creation to see it fulfilled, to deliver us to that swirling maelstrom of Dynamis in which our foe hides, and grant us the power to defeat her once and for all. Is this not true?
It is as thou sayest. 'Twas the trial to which I subjected mankind, and it hath led to untold bloodshed and suffering. There was no kindness, nor justice in the tragedy I wrought. When confronted with the almighty Zodiac, my only recourse was rend him and the world asunder, that his power be diminished for a time. And so it came to pass. Now you, my chosen, have surpassed my expectations, surpassed me. I entrust the fate of the universe unto you. This crystal contains the memory of Meteion's passage through the stars. Deliver it unto the Loporrits. They will guide you to her.
Though they may be capable of crossing great distances, there is a vast difference between traveling to the moon and the furthermost reaches of the great expanse. And unlike Meteion, we cannot simply soar on waves of Dynamis to our destination.
Indeed. To make such a journey would require an astronomical amount of ether. But a solution lieth close at hand.
Of course.
Yes, my child. Ever since I became the will of the star, the ether drawn here had slowly crystallized. They who have answered my call know it well. While I have remained hidden, it hath become the embodiment of the planet's will in my place. A faceless, omnipotent force of nature. The Mother Crystal, our final hope. Alas, I can do no more. The fulfillment of this task doth fall to you, my chosen. Now, heed these words. Darkness and light, despair and hope. As goeth one, so goeth the other. Become light, become hope. I have a gift for thee. Come closer. Long have I searched for a means to safeguard the future of this star. Though I knew failure after failure, by recalling thy tales and my promise to thee, I found the strength to carry on. Though the world is ever changing, thy thirst for adventure hath never waned. Thine unshakable resolve never ceases to amaze, to inspire. As a mark of my gratitude, I bestow this final gift. Thou dost possess the crystal of Azum, yes? As Heidelin, I reside over the forces of stasis, tranquility, peace. the laws which impart stability to existence itself. I will weave this self-same power into the crystal, granting thee mastery over matter, to give form to the formless. Use it wisely, or it will not last indefinitely. As thou hast seen on thy journey through the ethereal sea, souls are drawn to thee. Mayhap this trait will prove to be a boon rather than a hindrance. It is thy hopes and prayers that enable Azam's invocations and give them life. So keep them close. But pray, remember this. When the way forward is hidden, even from the mind's eye, look not to the invocation, but within yourself. These were the words of the crystal's original bearer. With that, my work is finished. Fulfill our promise. Right the wrongs committed when the world was yet whole. Silence the song of oblivion. Teach her a brighter melody. Show her our journey is far from over.
We will find our way, Vana.
Of this, I have no doubt. For yours is a light brilliant beyond measure. Long after I have gone, now not even my soul remaineth. My love will be with you forever, my dearest children.
And that is the end of all primals. I'm glad to see you well, though we could roughly place your souls. Deep as you went, we could neither see nor hear you. The fluctuations in your ether near the end gave me quite a fright. What in the world happened? You mean to say Heidelin is... No, there's no time to feel our feelings. We must carry out Heidelin's will without delay. We'll find Midtown if it's the last thing we do. If you wouldn't mind handing over the crystal, that is. The fancy navigatory one. To the edge of the universe, where congregates the despair of countless stars, are you determined to see this through? We are. Should words fail us, we will fight to the bitter end. I know that it pains you to accept this. Would that I need ask nothing more of you. Yet we have only two means to travel to the great expanse, the moon and the Sharlayan's Ark. I'm all too aware that without both of them, there will be no exodus. But I nevertheless beg you to honor the agreement we made. The forum's decision will be honored. You have earned the right to use the ship as you see fit, and I cannot rescind it even if I wanted to. As it happens, I do not, and will do all within my power to aid your cause. With that settled, might I suggest you rest a while? Proving oneself to Heidelin is never easy, and despite our unparalleled genius, we'll need a day to make the necessary calculations. You may as well take advantage of it. You can chart a course through the Sea of Stars in a single day? Ye gods. Shall we head above the ground for some fresh air then? And perhaps a nap? So I think we need to go back to the annex now. Oh, it's actually snowing in Sharlayan. Aha! I've been expecting you. I heard about your foray into the ethereal sea. The students have ventured far and wide, but never quite so deep as that. Are you experiencing any after effects from your prolonged exposure? Nausea, dizziness, hauntings? Well, have a pleasant sleep, and if you do experience any unusual phenomena, please let me know. I shall add it to our records.
There you are. Some time, indeed, yes. For you, at least. Believe me, I'd meant to get some proper sleep. But here we are, drifting along instead. Well, well, you too. And so we remain, to watch and wonder. Yes, indeed. To begin, we first must see the end.
And that's so cute. Look at her sleep. I noticed that like her tail was wagging back and forth too while she was sleeping. It's a nice detail. Fast within your arms. Unlocked. Let's see, a bold decision. Enna, I trust you had a good rest. An envoy of Master Fortunos arrived not long ago with a message. The Loporits have determined Meteon's location. We've been asked to gather at the Rostra. I'll meet you there, along with the others. Everyone appears to be present and accounted for. Good. As you know, the Loporits have deduced the whereabouts of Meteon by means of the crystal bequeathed to us by Heidelin herself. Your query's location is a place far beyond the moon, in the furthest reaches of the Sea of Stars, at the edge of creation. The veritable Ultima Thule. Indeed. How then are we to reach it? An excellent question. Lucky for you, I have an equally excellent answer. In theory, with its advanced propulsion systems, the moon is capable of delivering you unto Ultima Thule, but the myriad other facilities housed within would be greatly impede travel through the Sea of Stars. Even the Mother Crystal may not possess ether enough to bear us so massive a vessel to our destination and back. However, if we integrate our Hyper Hopper into your ether burner, we should be able to fire things up and jump on our way to the end of the universe in no time. Father, does this mean... Bear in mind, this decision was not made solely at my discretion, but with the consent of the Forum. Hearing the Loporits' proposal, the Forum was faced with a grave decision. To commit the Ark to this endeavor would mean abandoning both our plans to evacuate to the moon and to resettle on another star. Needless to say, the proposition invited fierce debate. In the end, however, the Forum was swayed by the simple fact that Heidelin believed you possessed the strength needed to overcome the crisis. The Great Exodus was, after all, a plan of Heidelin's own making. Therefore, if in the 11th hour she would proffer another means by which we may seek salvation, we would be fools to dismiss it out hand. Indeed, she sacrificed everything, her very existence, to avert the destruction of this star. That is why we have chosen to place our faith in Heidelin, in you. The Ark will be made ready for your voyage to Ultima Thule. What of all the people that labored so tirelessly to prepare for the evacuation? They must be furious. I would not be so sure. They have not forgotten your deeds on the Magna Glacies, nor did your instrumental role of orchestrating the delivery of adamantite go unnoticed. No, the people do not protest. Quite the contrary. They have expressed unwavering support for you and your mission. Are the Loporits too willing to abandon the Exodus? Were you not listening to when we said we were born of Heidelin's love and of Aetherius and for its people? If it means your survival, we would do anything to help. And you'll most certainly have need of our expertise where you're going. There's no guarantee Ultima Thule is a place that supports life, an otherwise vexing problem our know-how can remedy. Besides, Heidelin chose us to lead the way to Meteon. Why else would she give you a crystal only we can decipher? But more importantly, we were perfectly content to evacuate Aetherius until you brought us here, Urianger, and now we're enamored with the place, so what choice do we have but to save it? Of course, none of this is possible without you and the Scions, so I must ask, are you certain you wish to do this? Let's see, you couldn't stop us if you tried, we'll avert the final days, whatever it takes, and, well, we've come this far. We'll avert the final days, whatever it takes. Very well. We shall inform the Forum of your decision and begin preparations to bolster the Ark when the, Hyper Hopper. The Loporits will coordinate with the Ilsebird contingent to the necessary components transported via the Tower of Babel. Of course, it will take time until the work is complete. For now, pray take your ease. 'Twould seem there is naught to do but rest and prepare, shall we? Hi, Los. I see you dancing there. And we speak to Alphino now. Ere we depart, we must leave nothing undone. Quite, though it is difficult to conceive of how one can best prepare to brave a domain where Dynamis governs all. Nevertheless, Heidelin deemed us worthy of the trials that await. For lack of any other feasible options at this late stage, let us trust in her judgment and face Meteon as we are. Which leaves the not-so-small task of coordinating our efforts here to you and Tataru. If all goes to plan, we'll be back before you know it. I certainly hope so. We will be praying for your safe return. Mayhap it will affect the Dynamis for the better. With that settled, we should get some rest and make the most of the time we have been afforded. The meeting's over, isn't it? You were in there for so long, I started to worry. What did they have to say? The edge of creation. I see. Rest assured, everything will remain in order until you return. And you will return. Actually, Anna, can I borrow you for a moment? Looks like our plans for the interim are decided. When the two of you have finished, meet us back at the Baldesion Annex, alright? Come with me to Agora. I have something to show you. Oh, I didn't know you leveled Dragoon Loss. Nice. I'll say hi to... Oh. Alright. I was gonna say hi to you, but you jumped off the cliff. So, that's that. Wow, there's so many people here. all the crafters. Welcome, Enna, to Totaru Taru's boutique. I've always done my best to provide the Scions with fashionable attire, but in your case specifically, I made an extra effort to strive for the most function yet stylish clothing one could ask for. Not that I'm playing favorites, but you are the Warrior of Light. Faced with this unprecedented crisis, I knew you would need an ensemble unlike anything you've created before, and I wouldn't be able to do it alone. And so, after enlisting the aid of the world's finest artisans, I finally completed my career-defining masterpiece. But then inspiration struck, and I saw a golden opportunity just begging to be seized. Yes, Los, I see you flipping. With the help of some Thavanarian refugees, I decided to set up shop here in Charlian. Of course, I would never charge you for any of the works. Perish the thought. Vasarud, are things coming along nicely? Everything is in order, Mr. Totaru. We'll be ready to open shortly. Which is why I brought you here, to be our very first patron. Would you mind waiting here for a moment longer? Following events cannot be skipped. Sure. Been sitting for a long time and need to adjust. I did not expect to find you here. I imagine Nithana would also wish to offer her regards. Alas, after delivering our dragon scales to the engineers, she remained to assist with their work on the ether burner. This simulacrum, too, will stay in Charlian, while I oversee matters in Razadhan. It is rather convenient means to keep abreast of developments pertaining to the final days or anything else. It allows me, after a fashion, to watch over my people in this distant land. Vaishan, I was hoping you'd stop by. I can't thank you enough for allowing your artisans to work with me here at the boutique. Please, it is I who should be thanking you. This establishment has restored a sense of normalcy to their lives. You have blessed them with newfound purpose and a means by which to support themselves in these troubled times. What's more, when they at last return home to Razadhan, the experience and knowledge they have gained in your employ will no doubt prove a boon to the artistry and commerce of our land. In fact, I came here to see how our new employees are settling in, and to express my gratitude for granting them this opportunity. It's an opportunity for me as well, believe you me. Your artisans have taught me so much about Thavanarian craftsmanship. Their resourcefulness and ingenuity are nothing short of inspiring. I can't wait to see what kinds of wonders we come up with. I pray you every success in your endeavors, Mistress Totaru. Before coming here, I heard word of the Forum's decision of what will soon be attempted. It was only then that I finally understood why my father called this star the last bastion of hope. Indeed, it was the last bastion, for the flame of every other star he encountered had likely been extinguished. In the boundless dark, the light of brimming life must have been blinding in its splendor. Your journey unto the heavens to protect that light, may the scales of my kin serve you well. I have faith you will prevail and restore peace and tranquility to the star. Let's see, our options are, with that Ahewan, we're alive to see it. I should like to visit Razadhan again once this is all over, and I worry your faith may have been misplaced. I would like to visit Razadhan when this is all over. and we should be honored to receive you. There is still much of Razahan you have yet to see. Forgive me, but I must be taking my leave. Fare you well, and remember, the people of this star have not yet given up hope, and neither must you. Ugh, where must I go to get a meal with some flavor in this wasteland of taste? Anna, old girl. My, whatever are you doing here? A new boutique, you say? I had been meaning to expand my wardrobe. Yes, something with a little more flair, perhaps, befitting a man of my station. Though I have nowhere to flaunt said raiments, so long as my confinement continues indefinitely. I, the young Lord Fortom, insists that, as long as there is work to be done, no matter how trivial, I must abide here in Charlian. Thus I do toil, though every fiber of my being rails against it. Why, I've even suffered the company of that brute Sicard to see supplies transported in a timely fashion. Yet he was the one granted leave this morning to participate in some supposed covert operation. So I suffer instead for his otherwise welcome absence, now burdened with extra busy work, and without Honoroy here, there is no one to prepare my meals. I came here in hopes of finding a nice cafe, perhaps. Alas, the Charlian delicacies I've sampled were lacking in every respect. If a hearty meal is what you're after, I suggest the Last Stand. The cafe over on the pier. Their cuisine didn't appear to be that appetizing, but if you vouch for their cooking, then perhaps I will give it a try. Thank you for the suggestion, and ta-ta for now, old girl. Well, well, is that Anna and Tataru I spy? Hancock, what are you still doing here? You said you were returning immediately after dropping off your cargo. Yes, that was my original plan, after all. After all, any expertise requiring aside from the delivery of goods is well beyond my purview. What manner of entrepreneur would squander an opportunity to study the markets of the northern seas? Worry not, I will return straightaway to Kugane once I have finished. Of course you would find a way to turn this crisis to your advantage. She wounds me, the industrious woman running a new boutique. I am not blind to the travails of those who fight on the front lines to deliver us from ruin. Indeed, I have every confidence they will succeed, and I would make myself and my business ready for their return. If you believe in them so devoutly, then why not put your money where your mouth is? Fair enough, Tataru, fair enough. There is not more I can do to help ready the Ark and her heroes for their maiden voyage, but on your return, I shall host a grand celebration in your honor at the Bokairo Inn. Accommodations are quite costly given the reputation of said establishment, but the East Aldenar Trading Company would be honored to foot the bill. Will there be lemon cakes? Oh, a woman of tart tastes, I see. Yes, there will be lemon cakes and much, much more. The finest delicacies the world and Lord Lalarito have to offer. Let us speak more this upon your return, lest I draw even more of Tataru's ire, until we next meet. Ah, Anna, decided to spend your time at the markets, did you? Tataru! Biggs, Wedge, I take it your work on the Ark proceeds apace? Aye, it does indeed. Collaborating with the greatest minds of Charlian and Razahan has been a rewarding experience, and that's to say nothing of what we've learned from the Loperids. The Ark is unlike anything we've ever had the pleasure to work on. Even Nero was rendered speechless on more than one occasion. I can't wait for you to see it. You'll never guess who paid us a visit before we came to Charlian. Alpha. I think he sensed the coming danger and returned to check on us. He was always one to turn up in time of need, and I suppose that's why he decided to join us here in Charlian. Good thing, too. I don't know how he does it, but he has a knack for brightening your day just by being there. It's still hard to believe we have the means to send you off into the great expanse, though. Into the farthest known reaches of, well, everything. I never thought I'd live to see such marvels, and yet here I am. More often than not, you and the Scions are the catalyst that sparks the need for these great innovations. To think how much I'd missed out on had I not been a member of the Ironworks. An awful lot of work, to be fair, and the privilege of being worked like a cart chocobo. There is that too. As busy as we've been, I wish there was more we could do for you, Anna. But no matter what happens, we have to keep believing for a brighter future. One filled with even more adventure. When you head back, would you tell the engineers I'll be along shortly with refreshments? That's very kind of you, Tataru. They'll be glad to hear it. And on that note, Wedge and I should get going. Still a few more supplies to gather before we return. Terribly sorry for the wait. Right this way, if you please. Right. I don't believe the two of you have been formally introduced. This is, Fasrud from Palakistan. Haven't we met before? Ah, yes. It was you who helped us at Perusa, and again when crossing the ice fields, was it not? I doubt we exchanged little more than glances then, but it is kind of you to remember me. Thanks to Mrs. Totaro, I and many of my friends have found gainful employment in this foreign land. It is only natural to feel fear in the face of calamity, In such times, we must look to one another for strength and succor. I know not whether we will come to call this place home or return to Thavnir, but we are here today and are glad to have contributed to the cause. And contribute they did by helping to make your new garments as durable as possible. We put our hearts and souls into them, and I have every confidence they'll keep you safe in the battle to come. Gods, to think how far we've come since our humble beginnings at the Waking Sands. From the rising stones to the falling snows, even a certain insufferable someone's ruby bazaar, we were always fortunate to find friends along the way. Even when you were swept away to the first, Grahatia was there to grant you sanctuary. I'll never forget the relief I felt when you all returned to us. I thought my heart would burst. Yours has been a long, long journey, and I've been privileged to watch, often with bated breath, as you preserve time and again. Persevered time and again. For all the joy we've shared, there's been much sorrow as well, and I've long since learned you can't have one without the other. Which is why I promise to send you off to the Sea of Stars with a smile. And you be certain I'll be the first to welcome you back on your return. In addition to your new assemble, we have raiments and weaponry for your every need, so please feel free to browse our stock. You may now obtain job-specific gear from Vasarud. The weapons and gear obtained can be equipped to level 89. Yes, I know this. Okay. And then when you level up to 90, the stats actually increase, which is really cool. Alright, I need to make enough room in my inventory for the equipment to come. I just have clutters and clutters of gear that I don't use. So healer gear. So finally we'll get our artifact gear for Astrologian. So we say goodbye to this outfit we've had for the entire stream, or the entire series of streams, and now we're going to equip our new stuff. Bonk. Let's see how we look. It's cute. I like it. I'm guessing you queued for something, Los? We'll see you later, then. So yeah, it finally feels good to have the artifact armor for Anna and have her a change of pace for clothing. I like the sandals, too. What does the headpiece look like, I wonder? No, not bad. But we'll just keep it off. Still equipped, but we'll turn it off. Alright, so... I've been streaming all day, wow, okay. I probably should call it soon, because my partner has to go to sleep at a relatively decent hour, so... But this was a very fun stream. I'm gonna just teleport back to my guild house, where we will do our shoutouts and then end the stream. We made a lot of progress. A lot of fun, too. Appreciate you guys being here. So we're gonna go ahead and sit on the bench. This is where we usually start our streams. Thank you guys so much for tuning in and watching me play more Final Fantasy XIV Online. This game's a lot of fun, and the game has great storytelling. Like I can't stress that enough. It has awesome storytelling. And next time we play Final Fantasy XIV Online, that'll be the finale for Endwalker, because we're almost at the end. Alright, so before I sign off, a couple of shout-outs. Let's see, let's go all the way. Los Pipos for the host, the Fenrir for gift subbing Los, and then Lapis for gift subbing Nura. Thank you guys so much for all your support. It's greatly appreciated by me, as I do say a lot, but I mean it though. I mean it every time. Without you guys, I wouldn't even be here, so thank you. Thank you so much. Alright, we are going to... Yes, thank you Lapis for joining today. Missed you the last couple of streams, but glad to have you here in this one. Alright, we are going to cut to our ender, which is this. I'm going to check to see if there's anyone we can raid right now. Whoa, Scars for Stories. Thank you so much for gifting a sub to Raven Hunter. Appreciate it, dude. And sorry that you had to catch the tail end of the stream, but there's always next time. In the nick of time. Actually, wait, let me go back on camera for a second. I see what you did. All right, but seriously, this is goodbye on webcam. Dude, I appreciate it. Like, you don't have to, but like, I so appreciate your support. Thank you so much. All right, back to my ender. Oh yes, the boys will return next week. It'll be fun. It'll be very fun. I'm gonna see if there's anyone who I can potentially raid. I'm just going to... Actually, no one right now. That's fine. Alright, once again, my friends. Oh, you have someone? Yeah, let's, if you know someone I can raid, then, let's go for it. Oh, Nina. Okay, I don't follow her on Twitch, so, like, I didn't even realize that she was live. So, Destra plays? Okay, so /raid. Oh, she's also playing 14. Awesome. Okay, so I'm about to send you guys into another 14 stream. Okay, so we're gonna raid Nina. Thank you for the suggestion, Jazz. Appreciate it. And I appreciate all of you for tuning in to watch me play more Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. We are almost done with the story. And next time we do stream the game, we will complete the story and then watch the glorious end. But yeah. I might be able to stream tomorrow. I'm not sure. We'll play it by ear. I'll let you guys know. Keep it here on Twitch or keep it on Twitter as well for more updates on when I go live. Okay, so I'm gonna finally leave and leave you guys alone. So I've been Eventide Shine, of course, and we'll see you next time on Eventide Shine streams. Take care, my friends. Bye.